Tell me when you're ready. Yep. Pop. More. That is the opposite direction of the way we wanted this to go. Pop. Oh, it was on point? Nice. Killing it. Cool. So, a little what? What was that? Oh. Several species of small animals gathered together in a cave, forming a pick. Several species of small furry animals gathering in a cave, something to a pict. It's just youtube.com/InShowNetwork, and you should see it streaming live. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Were you able to run audio for that machine? Yeah, unfortunately the delay between rooms, because to make this easy, I send it up to the internet and back down instead of creating an internal network to send it, blah, 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 blah. One day this will be the future of this product. Got it. I want to actually check my hard line back here. I'm plugged in, but I don't know, the bit rates I'm getting don't match. Yeah, JP's in the room. Hi, JP. Sure, I mean, I mean, what do you need me?
welcome Denise Ottoman, Managing Editor.
two, two. Yeah, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Hey, hey, hey. One, hey. Two, two. So,
Yeah, I gotcha.
my question is, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Stand in the center. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And from the others, the other speaker working also? Yes. Good. Okay, we're done.
Test 1, 2, mic 5, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, mic 6, test 1, 2, 3, 4, test, mic 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, test 1, 2, 3, 4, testing 1, 2.
Okay. Should I sit to the side? Take one with my camera. Hi. Pardon me? Yes. Okay, good. What's your name? Matt. Oh, Matt. Okay, great. Yeah, I got a podium. It's fine. The podium's fine. Is there something to advance slides from here? I can see that right there. Good, so I can advance the slides at my pace. I do. But I don't need. I got them here. I don't need them on the screen.
So if you choose to use them, that'll be your presentation, and that'll be the notes.
Okay, great.
Just in case you
Good.
take a look.
I won't need them because I've got sufficient reminders here with.
We'll call them redundant.
Yeah, we'll call them.
So we'll get to the wireless remote. Perfect. Matt.
Oh, Matt. I don't want to be the mic in front of me. I don't want the mic in front of my face. No. That, yes. I know. Take it with my camera too. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please silence all electronic devices. Please welcome Denise Ottoman, managing. Please welcome Denise Ottoman, managing editor of Perfumer and Flavorist magazine.
Welcome to our afternoon conference sessions. I would like to introduce to the stage Felix Buccellato, founder and perfumer, Custom Essence Inc. Following Felix's presentation, we will hear from Andrea Francis, sales R&D of Knobs Naturals. We will take questions following their talks. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, friends, colleagues, attendees. There was a time some of you knew me when I didn't need glasses. But it's been a milestone year for me. It's 50 years of marriage to the same woman, 50 years in the flavor and fragrance industry, and countless variations on jasmine. This is not a typical extracted analysis. What I did with this was I had access to a plant, and I extracted this on the vine. It's not a class separation or hexane or steam distillation or anything like that. I took it, first had to understand what species I had, and it was a sandback species and the star species I had access to. But after 50 years, why should I bother to examine jasmine at all? We've looked at this many, many times. And my question was, why does the absolute smell so different from the flower? Now, that doesn't mean that the absolute is a bad product. On the contrary, it's an absolutely beautiful product. It's just different from the flower. And we'll talk about why that is as we go along. But it's the research, re-looking at things over and over, that often yields surprising and interesting results. One of the main reasons is a curiosity. It's, and they always say curiosity killed the cat, and with a name like Felix, I probably should be worried about that. But it's, the second element is enthusiasm for the work. And this is the wrong state to say this in, but I can quote Vince Lombardi when he said, "If you're not fired with enthusiasm, you will be fired with enthusiasm." An opportunity for on-the-vine extract. What I did was, we know from previous work and natural botanical extracts, and I've always made a practice of trying to do this from the natural botanical when I have it available or I seek it out. We know that as soon as the flower is cut from the vine, enzymatic or biochemical reactions happen instantaneously, and it changes the chemical composition. So what I do is I immerse this while still on the vine in liquid methylene chloride with the hope that that would prevent any other instantaneous biochemical reactions. Cut it, extracted it, stripped it off, and I had this focus. What's in this flower at the time, and by the way, I did this at a peak time of odor. I kept this and always noticed that when a certain time of night was more intense than others, and so I tried to get it in the middle of that area. And my focus was to develop a realistic odored product. Now, what I do next was, and by the way, we're passing out blotters that we can smell these as we go along. And I looked at the important odor elements. And I always look at this in context much like the context of a mode that you play in music. Are you in a major mode? Are you in a minor mode? What kind of song is it? So when I say an important odor element is floral, floral is not a good enough description. It has to be what floral. So, you know, and I've trained junior perfumers and perfumers all for a period of time. I still do that. I don't accept floral as an answer. What floral? Is it rose? Is it lilac? Is it lily? It's something you know, how to best relate it. And this floral is all the important odor elements in the context of floral related to jasmine. One of the most important aspects of jasmine is its fruity characteristics. This is, might be considered more dried fruity, but it's definitely a fruity, tropical-like floral. The spicy element. This is a very interesting element because it's not overtly spicy. It's spicy enough to have a latent spicy character that permeates through the entire blossom. So it becomes a critically important element in that blossom. And this foundation is this creamy, laconic, coconut milky type of aroma. These are most of the major elements. Lastly, there's a green element that's foliage-like, but again, not overtly. It's just enough not to overshadow the other fundamental floral, fruity, creamy aromas. This is all about balance and blend of these elements. I like to say balance and blend, balance and blend, balance and blend, because that's the top most three important items. Now we're going to take a look at what components contribute to each sectional element. So we start with the important floral notes. You see that my first component is indole. Indole is the major characteristic ingredient in jasmine. It isn't, it exists in many other flowers too, but in jasmine it is the characteristic foundational component, along with methylphenolate and dimethylphenolate. These three amides play probably the single most critical role. That's your starting base. But it's not the only story. In this particular blossom, there's 17% by area normalization of cis-3 hexenyl benzoate. This is about double what exists in a commercial jasmine, and it's a soft, floral, subtle, green body, but it has a duality. That means it's not only floral, it's green. And in the world of fragrance and flavor descriptions, when I first started out, a very smart German flavor said, he says, nobody's ever really wrong with their fragrance description or character. They're just less right sometimes. So this is always evaluated in context for what the actual character contribution is. Additionally, I would say, when you have something like hexenyl benzoate and you have a synthetic hexenyl benzoate, you always have to be a little bit careful that you don't ascribe the character to a free alcohol that's in even trace amounts, because this is a very soft floral, and hexenol being in there, even at parts per million, it can color the whole odor characteristics. So this is after weeks and weeks on a blotter, you can still see this green, floral, creamy character of this hexenyl benzoate. So I feel confident in saying that permeates throughout the entire blossom. Some of the important fruity notes. These are hybrid fruity notes. When I say, again, many things have a duality, all in the context. This has fruity green characteristics. This is all supported by benzyl acetate. In normal jasmine, there's a high amount of benzyl acetate. We're going to see why this extract turned out to be so different. But it's all blended with that. And I say fruity, that's not a sufficient category, but fruity, the banana, green banana-like fruity character that goes along with jasmine. That is the basic heart and soul of jasmine, along with that indole, methylphenolate, these green and fruity notes. This, now we have a basic fundamental accord that creates jasmine. I had methylphenolate in the floral C. This has also duality. It's extraordinarily fruity, long-lasting, floral, and blended in the context of jasmine. This is, it's difficult to say one's more important than the other, but all working in concert is what fragrance is all about. That balance and blend, balance and blend, balance and blend. I'm going to say this so many times, you'll be tired of me saying it, but I can't emphasize it enough. This is, and I like to bring up a music analogy. If you ask a musician, what's your favorite note, he's going to laugh at you. There's no favorite note. What note used when? In music, you can take a B flat. B flat can be used 15 discrete ways in a single scale of a 12-note scale. It can be used 15 ways. That's not counting approach notes, release notes, dissonance, transients. That's 15 basic harmony positions it can occupy. So you can imagine, in the world of fragrance and flavor, a single chemical can have thousands of uses, depending on its amount. What else is there? That's, for me, one of the clearest analogies when the people ask or want to know, or even myself, why is this important and what part is it playing? This spicy section, this is an important class in jasmine. It's an important class in the world of olfaction and taste as well, but there are three. There's more than three, but there's three that I'm going to point out in this presentation. This is a well-known clove-like note. Now, I say clove-like because most people understand it usually as clove, but it's not like clove. You could just as easily say it's carnation. This is the characteristic of the floral sea of carnation. That, again, is always in context of jasmine. What is it doing in this blend of ingredients in the blossom? Paracresol, often referred to as animalic. It is extraordinarily floral and spicy in this context. It's hard to underestimate or overestimate how important that particular spicy section is. And these are just three of the phenolics or spicy notes that I've, probably one of the most important is vinyl glycol. This is not only clove and carnation spicy, it is related to vanilla. That's a section that blends well with all the creamy, lactonic, milky characteristics of the blossom, which leads us right into the next section of the important creamy notes. Jasmine, lactone, methyl jasmonate. These are, that jasmine lactone is very coconutty. Methyl jasmonate is a little more creamy, not as coconutty, but very floral. But this next component, vanillin. Vanillin has been, I'm going to say, reported, but infrequently and unreliably. There's probably a good reason for that. In the flavor and fragrance industry, when you find something common that's not reported often, the very first thing you better suspect is this a contamination. From the flavor and fragrance industry, we have vanillin everywhere. It's ubiquitous. But I made sure in this analysis to use not only a new column, a new syringe, a new septa, a new liner, never before used syringe, anything else, not even rinsed with anything, open and checked this 3 times. As I said, that's been reported in the literature before, but sporadically. What I did find for the very first time, and I've never seen it reported anywhere. Of course, you know, I wish I could say I read every single literature in the world, but I've never found it. I've never seen it reported. Was Veltol, and I say first time with a question mark. So it's possible that somebody else has found this. But the very first time I found it, I dismissed it. This was jasmine grandiflorum extracted with ethanol, no hexane. So I found this, and I said, well, I didn't believe it, so I just dismissed it and put it on my, but I didn't forget it. But I did the same thing with this. New column, new syringe, new septa, new liner. 3 times, 2 different columns. I'm absolutely convinced this is a very critical and beautiful and important part of the real jasmine blossom as it exists in the blossom. These green fruity notes, as I said before, they have a green banana fruity thing. This triumvirate of esters gives that whole fruity green banana-like thing without being overbearing, without being too fruity. And hexenol benzoate, again, has duality, not just floral green. This is, and I like to say, balance and blend, if that's what it's all about. This is the select sandback components. Now, if you look at the bold areas, so you see the left column is my blossom extract, and the right column is the commercial sandback. Why didn't I bold benzyl alcohol and little old? They don't matter to me. The concentration of those doesn't play as critical a part as do the 4 that are bold. Benzyl benzoate plays really no part except a placeholder. Benzyl alcohol is a soft, somewhat floral material. I often think that it's due to more impurities than the actual benzyl alcohol itself, although it does have odor. And linalool is not as impactful or characterizing. But benzyl acetate being reduced from 15% to 2 to 3%, indole from 2.5 to 0.7, methylphenolate reduced drastically, and hexenol benzoate increased drastically. That changes the accord and the effect to more what's like in the real blossom and not reflective of what the absolute is. This is, for me, the biggest revelation with with both introduction and discovery of Veltol in this character. And this is due to the polarity of the solvent that's been used. It reminds me of the story of the black bear and the brown bear. The black bear's on the shore and the white bear's in the ocean saying, "Help me, I'm dissolving." And the black bear says, "Don't be silly, bears aren't soluble in seawater." And the white bear says, "That's easy for you to say, you're not polar." This is just for a brief, quick look, I looked at the star jasmine, and this is going to be covered in an article published later this year, in a few months probably, in Perfume and Flavors, that examines both the sandback and the star in detail from the blossom extract. But you can see phenylacetaldehyde. I don't think I've ever found anything with this much phenylacetaldehyde in it. It's just an extraordinarily high amount. This all, again, is balance and blend. How much of everything is present? What else is present and how much? What is not present, including artifacts? And it's the percentage of the ingredients that plays the largest role most of the time. This is just an overview of components by class. If you look at this, you can see that there's 23 esters, and that's what makes this a fruity floral. Alcohols generally are, in the broadest sense, of floral. A few aldehydes, few ketones, but the multifunctional products, these phenols and substitute phenols, add tremendous character. The hydrocarbons, I'm not interested in unless they're unsaturated, and these are saturated hydrocarbons play no role other than being a placeholder. That in itself is important about balance and blend. What you've been smelling is that custom essence composition, which is replicated from that blossom. I think it smells like jasmine flower. I'd like to thank Alured Publishing and American Society of Perfumers we've had a tremendously long and fruitful collaboration and cooperation. And I've been friends of the family since Stanley Alured has asked me to write the first article in 1980. And it's been said that many times 50% of what we know is wrong. The problem is we just don't know which half. Thank you, and I'd like to, next steps, we have all these next steps, overall core right, what trace ingredients can improve character. There's always more work to be done. What ingredients to remove, that's the real art of perfumery. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. We're going to have questions after she speaks. Andrea Francis from Knobs Naturals. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andrea Frances, coming from Knobs Naturals. We are located in a small country below Guatemala and Honduras called El Salvador. And I'm mainly doing the sales and R&D. Wait, how does this work? There it is. So you can have my contact information as well. Today I'm going to be talking about coffee flowers as a sustainable new resource. And I call it new because I know some research has been done in the past, but it is amazing how much coffee plantations there are in the world and how much coffee flowers are there available just for the perfumery industry to tap into as a resource. So let's see a bit more. Well, we just received a very nice presentation on jasmine and on analysis methods. So just as a quick overview, some classical white flowers that we can find in the market are maybe jasmine and sambac coming from India, some from France. Then you have tuberose, mainly from India, originally from Mexico, and has also been in France some while. And then you can have orange blossom, mainly from the north of Africa and the Mediterranean region. Then you have some more modern white flowers, let's call them, like tiaria and gardenia, which are from the same family. And then you have frangipani and honeysuckle and magnolia. Today, I'm going to be proposing a new white flower to join this family, which is the coffee flower or coffee blossom. Here you can see some pictures of the coffee flower to the left. And this is at the beginning of the rainy season. 1 week afterwards, it will become the tree, the bush will give it flowers, and then when it stops raining, at the end of the rainy season, it will grow into the coffee cherries that you see afterwards that grow throughout the branches of the tree. So let's see a bit more about how the coffee plant works. There are basically 2 types of coffee plants in the world, which are commercially available. You will have the Arabica coffee, which is more aromatic and is having more acid nuances. And you have the Robusta coffee, which is a bit more bitter and has a lot more caffeine. Maybe the Robusta coffee is more consumed in Europe, let's say, and the Arabica coffee is more popular in these sides of the world. And the Robusta is more what you say in Europe, Corset. And the Arabica has 70% of the world production, while the Robusta around 30%, and it's mostly produced in African countries, and the rest of the countries are mainly producing Arabica. Here, I specify something that is important for the sustainability of the product. The Arabica plant is self-pollinating, which means that when the flower opens, the flower has already pollinated itself, while the Robusta variations is cross-pollination. This is mainly that one flower needs another flower in order to produce the little cherries at the end. This is what is found in Africa, in Madagascar, and in these types of regions. And then after the end of the season, you will see that the flowers grow, as you saw in the previous slides. The other way. As you saw in the previous slides, it grows in clusters throughout the branches, mainly in the new branches that has grown from the previous year to this. Here you can see a picture of how coffee is collected. Coffee is harvested, and so is coffee. Flowers are harvested 100% by hand, by people, so that you are sure not to damage the plant. Here you have the baskets where you put all of the flowers or all of the coffee that you are harvesting at the time. So, how does the coffee industry work? Well, in El Salvador, it's one of the main agro-industries that feeds the country. Only in El Salvador alone, there's more than 150,000 hectares of coffee plantation. All of it is Arabica. And the Arabica plantations, which in our case is the one that's interesting for the coffee flowers, there is more than 3 million hectares of Arabica coffee plantations in the world. That is a big resource that we have to tap because, well, the coffee flowers smell good. You'll see later. Well, it's important as well because coffee prices are managed in the futures market, mainly in New York and London, and in the last 5 years, the coffee prices have gone down, even though the prices are always going up and down and up and down, and it's just a whole horrible game where no one is never happy. So the farmers, it's important for them to have an alternative resource. And in this case, the alternative resource that we are proposing is a sub-product for the plantations, which is the flower. So when do we get the flower? Well, the flowers come out at the beginning of the rainy season, which starts in May. Then the cherries start growing, and they are collected from December to February, depending on the height of the plantation. Normally, when we're dealing with Arabica, you will have the ones from lower grounds first and the ones from higher grounds at the end of the harvest. The higher ground coffee is considered a better quality, but in the case of the flower, for us, we are more interested in the lower grounds, and we'll see a bit more of why afterwards. Here you can see how coffee is planted around El Salvador and around a lot of countries. You see the coffee plant here, and the coffee plant, normally you plant it in the mountains, and it is protected by these square sections, which, just as an interesting fact, these are windbreakers, so that the wind doesn't destroy your plants, your coffee, and your flowers, because the wind can be very strong in the mountains. And as an interesting fact, these windbreakers in El Salvador particularly are all made out of a tree called locally copalchi, which in the perfumery industry is called cascarilla, which is also another interesting raw material that will come from the same land. So now you have 3 raw materials coming from the same land, which is coffee, cascarilla, and coffee flowers, and they are the varieties that can grow there. So how do we harvest the flowers? Well, 1 week after it rains, at least 15 millimeters of rain, then you will have the flowers blossom. And the lower lands are particularly interesting because in lower lands, as opposed to in the mountains, you can have irrigation. And in irrigations means you can plan your production. It means you can irrigate this land, then this land, then this land, and not have just all of the flowers come out at the same time. So to have an idea of how much flower you need in order to produce a kilo of absolute, 1 hectare of the flower will produce around 350 kilograms of flowers. And afterwards we'll see the yield, but this means more or less 1 kilogram of absolute per hectare of land, which is normal for a white flower. So, as I said before, in the case of the Arabica, as opposed to the case of the Robusta, the cherries will grow anyways when the flowers are harvested. You have to be very careful, though, not to cut like the little green stems that are coming out of the flowers, because those stems are already having the coffee cherry. So in order for this to be a sub-product, you have to not cut the stems and just cut the petals. Because it is self-pollinating, it will already be pollinated and the cherry will grow anyways. This is confirmed by trials during the previous years. And in this case, the white flower becomes a sub-product. This is why we can call it sustainable. Because something sustainable, apart from being good for the land, is something that as a perfumer, you know that you can put it into a formula and 30 years from now, it will still be there. Which, as I said before, is not the case for the Robusta, because you cut the flower, it is cross-pollination, so it will not give you cherries. Everything has to be cut by hand, therefore, because since you have to be careful, so 100% of this is cut by hand to be careful not to take the green stem, and this means that your biggest cost will be human labor for the production. You can see here some pictures of a lady cutting the flowers and how the flowers look in the tree. And this can be very, very fast. Like you can see maybe sometimes women cutting jasmine and it becomes very automatic and they go really fast. Even if it's by hand, they can be very effective and fast. So the extraction, we extract only from irrigation-induced flowers just to be sure to be able to plan the production. You get an exanic concrete first, and you have around 0.3% yield, which is normal for most white flowers. And then you have a second frozen extraction to get an absolute using alcohol, which is more than 60%, and through trials it's been around 75% consistently. Here, it smells delicious. That's me smelling. So right now they're going to distribute some samples so that you can smell the coffee flower absolute. And maybe I'm going to wait for a second so that you are already smelling this product and I will then continue. But in the meantime, I wanted to go back on this sustainability issue because this is a very important thing on coffee flower to insist, because you can plan the production and if I'm sure of something is that people will always drink coffee, and Arabica is a very popular type of coffee to drink. So it's not something that you will run out of. And you will also be helping the farmers, let's say, because it is a new product that won't be playing at the futures market with them. So coming back to the analysis, we did a headspace and a GC mass spectrometry analysis for the absolute. And some of the most influential nodes, so I didn't put the complete list here, but some of the most influential notes that you are able to find in the absolute are benzyl alcohol, nerol, geraniol, and linol. You'll be able to smell right now in the sample that you are getting. And when you want to describe this, you will see that it has some notes of mimosa, some notes of narcissus, a bit powder, a bit beeswax. And some perfumers have even mentioned that they find cucumber tones in this. So here it says distribute bladders with sample. I'll give you a second to smell. I'm not sure if everyone has gotten a sample yet, I think, maybe. Okay. Here you can see more people cutting flowers. The trees, well, just so that you see, the trees are just not so tall, just like human like this, so you don't really need to go into ladders or anything. Just cut and put into your basket. So what is the potential for the future? Well, some products and some trials have already been made on coffee flowers. I know that, for example, in Essence, some years ago, there was a coffee flower perfume that was introduced. I couldn't find it in the market anymore. And there isn't, at the present, an industrial production of coffee flower extract. And trials have been made in Madagascar, but as I understand, they were made with the Robusta plants, so let's say the logistics and the economics of it were not the same and not as interesting as a potential industrial product. So it's interesting because there is a lot of plantations available in El Salvador and around the world, which means there will need no investment in plantations, just a marginal investment, let's say, in like the production of the product. And it is sustainable, as I've said time and again, because it's an additional income for the farmers in a time where coffee prices go up and down. And it has an interesting olfactive print. It's different and it's very noble. It has its own personality for white flowers. So thank you very much. I hope you like how it smells, and I will be looking forward to your commentaries, and if you want a sample, please don't doubt in asking me for one. So now for the questions. Yeah, now I think we have our questions, and we do it. Yes, come.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. So I don't know how do we
Questions?
do this? Does anyone have any questions for either of us?
That means you did a good job explaining what we're talking about, that means. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Felix and Andrea. We'll now break for coffee, and we look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes for our first panel of the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please silence all electronic devices. Please welcome Denise Ottoman, Managing Editor of Perfumer and Flavorist magazine.
Welcome back. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Torsten Kolk, Senior Vice President, Global Innovation and Regulatory Fragrances and Oral Care, Scent and Care Division, Symrise AG.
Thank you, Denise. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Denise, for the kind introduction. Welcome to the first sustainability presentation. We have got two during the WPC. The first one, presentation and panel, is focusing on sustainability and the fragrance industry. And the way I intend to run it is to make it relatively controversial, to show some different facets, how you can look at sustainability in order to set then a scene for hopefully a rich and slightly provoking discussion. Now I just need to understand how I advance. Oh, that's easy, it should be easy. So the talk is about sustainability in the fragrance industry. And the way I wanted to run it, as I mentioned, is first of all, is sustainability an Übertrend? Is it bigger than a mega trend? Looking a bit on the fragrance industry position, how big is industry? What are our biggest impact levers? Is there a golden way to sustainability? And then I come to propose that maybe a balanced approach does make sense. A few slides on Symrise, but the majority of the focus of the presentation is not about Symrise, it's about the fragrance industry. You can find out a lot about, of course, what Symrise does at our beautiful WPC booth. And concluding then towards what could be frontiers beyond what the industry does, is a bigger opportunity beyond us, as I call it, and we will then move on to the conclusions and the panel discussion. And we will follow in the panel discussion roughly that agenda, looking big, looking to us, looking outside. So my first comment is that I believe that sustainability is an Übertrend. An Übertrend is bigger than a megatrend. Why? Because they change our life. Yeah? Urbanization, moving, shift to Asia, economic rebalancing, aging population, all that happens. But if you look, digital has changed our lives very fast, very sustainably, and it's moving beyond comprehension in terms of speed. However, if you look at sustainability, it's very different. Sustainability is much less disruptive. You know, it's much more incremental, much slower paced, but it affects us all. If you think back sort of like into the 1980s, you remember probably the refrigerants, the coolants which are used to cool refrigerators, fluorinated hydrocarbons. They were banned in the 1980s. Yeah? It took us 20 years to show the first measurable effects of ozone layer recovery. It took us 20 years. That's why sustainability is slow. What is interesting regarding digital and sustainability is that both of them have got also like a political dimension. On the digital, politics cannot keep up with regulation. On sustainability, they are slow. However, 2050 was a landmark. We had two major international acts, you know, and that really cemented sustainability not only on the individual level, but also on the government level. We have got the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, which were ratified or which were agreed to in September 2015. And later the year, there was this 195 nations climate nations deal on curbing CO2 emissions below the 2-degree threshold in 2015. So clearly, politics at the international level have caught up that sustainability is important for humanity as well as for the environment. So a new era is starting. Let's look a bit forward. What will look like in about 10 years? I said over here, it's about new mobility and new transparency standards. Some of it you can see already today. On the mobility, you see electric cars, hybrid cars coming. In the Netherlands, they're discussing at the moment whether from 2025 onwards, they will ban the sale of fossil or fuel-powered vehicles. And I've also heard on the grapevine, not a personal recommendation, not personally, but that BMW is also considering to stop the design and development of fuel-powered cars by 2025. They don't want to do any more engine development using fuel. So it's catching up here for us in the wider industry, but also in the political environment. And on the right-hand side, you already can see there's a bit of a question, is sustainability transparency? Yes, it is. You can already see now, like for instance, in the Good Guide, where a product is scored according to its health, environmental, and societal impact. And I believe this will become standard, particularly if you look at digital mobile technology. All that information is available at your fingertips. The big question is whether the consumer will use it, but he certainly can use it if he chooses to do so. Now, moving on from the bigger political environment, what is happening, let's look at the fragrance industry. Over here, a visual chart how relatively small the fragrance industry is compared to other commodities. Everybody knows probably palm oil. Palm oil globally we produce around more than 50 million metric tons. PET, these are the bottles. Unfortunately, there's a slight corruption over here, but hopefully you can still read it. The PET bottles, 50 million tons of polyethylene terephthalate, you know. The next reference point, which is very relevant to our industry, is detergents. Detergents consume about 15 million tons, and fragrance by comparison, I'm speaking of pure fragrance ingredients, not about solvents, it's about 500,000 tons. So it's a fraction, a few percent of the detergents we use, and it's about less than 1% of the total palm oil we use as a global community. That said, although we're relatively small, every precious fragrance drop counts, and we have to we will discuss now ways how we can contribute. So the question is there a golden way to sustainability? How do we tackle it? If we look at the global picture, and we talked a little bit about it already, it's about greenhouse gases, it's about biodiversity loss, it's about water, clearly recognized. Our customers, what do our customers look for? They look for life cycle assessments. I call it 360-degree sourcing, which starts from the source towards the end use. And it's about downstream users. What is the impact of the products they produce and the consumer then uses? Yeah? Looking now at the fragrance industry, what does it mean for us? If you're looking at our raw material portfolio, and I love this little slide on the right-hand side. It's very simple. This is a slide of the 500,000 metric tons that we use commonly. All of us over here in the room is roughly 80% based on fossil fuel, roughly 15% on renewables, and about 5% naturals. Yeah? So the majority of our fragrance ingredients have seen chemistry, and I'll come to that back in a moment, you know. If you look at it at the right-hand side, it's a little bit like if you look at the evolution of the perfumery palette. We started with the 5%, then we started adding renewables, and then probably in the 1950s, all the fossil fuel-derived materials came, you know, which also changed the vision or the size of the perfume industry. Now we seem to be in a state where the petrol is more questioned and the renewables and the naturals grow again. Let's look at each of those fossil, renewables, and naturals with a little critical eye. Yeah? I'm deliberately critical over here. We can debate about it. This is over here a chart which looks at the available fossil resources. Yeah? These are not only the known fossil resources, not the one that haven't been even explored, you know, which is larger. You see in the middle these three figures, and you can see there's a lot of fossil that we can burn. A lot, you know. Yeah? Yeah, if we burned all this fossil, we will have a 10 degrees warmer on the planet, you know. Then on the left-hand side, you can see a small black and a gray one, and that is what we are allowed if we want to stay within the 2-degree limit of the planet. If you do not want to have the planet go warmer than 2 degrees, then we can burn what is on the left. However, we've achieved commonly, you know, to burn in 11 years a third of the carbon that we're allowed to burn till 2050. So it's a real challenge, and that's why, coming back to the slide before, the 195 nations put the resolution forward to look at new ways of using fossil fuel, including looking at new ways of mobility. So the message from this chart is over here is not only that we burn fossil fuels too fast, but the other message is there is so much oil out there, you know, we can burn ourselves very warm. So the question is more, how do you use fossil fuel in a smart way? That is really the question from over here. The other interesting, if you look at renewables, the other big source of materials for the fragrance industry. On the left-hand side, you've got a chart looking at the available arable land per capita. And the way it is done, on the left you see the population, how it grows from, I believe 1960 to 2030, and we have already surpassed the 7 billion population mark. And next to it, you can see the available arable land per capita. For 2030, it is projected that we have got less than 0.2 hectares per capita, or which is half an acre. What is half an acre? A football pitch is roughly 2.5 to 3 acres. Yeah? So we expect from a football pitch to provide us with food, fuel, clothing, feedstocks, from this pitch area for 5 to 6 people. And that is a challenge we have, which you can imagine is really, really not easy. That's why land will be the new gold. And if you go on the right-hand side, there it looks at all the available biomass. It doesn't only look at where you can grow soya and corn and whatever else, but it looks, if you used all the biomass, would you be able to generate enough energy to meet the current needs, And what it says over here, no. If you used all the available biomass, we would only meet 20% of the energy needs of the global population in 2050. Again, it means renewables. We need to think carefully about it, how we deal with it. And it also means we need new modes of transport, obviously, which we had in the beginning. Now, naturals, I put those slides up to bring a bit of controversy over here, and I believe that the fragrance industry is doing a fantastic job. And if you look into the WPC booth over here, everybody has got great stories about equitable and sustainable sourcing. However, if you look at the palm oil, you can see on the left, you can see Malaysia, and you can see the habitat change, which is primarily driven via palm oil. And what you see over here is significant deforestation. And with a significant deforestation comes pressure on the population as well as on the ecosystem and the habitat. So it becomes, of course, an NGO pressure point. So you need to tread very carefully, and I would say overall the fragrance industry addresses this very well. But naturals, not managed well, are also a critical point. So what do we do, with our raw material portfolio? We need to go towards a balanced approach. At least that is my and the Symrise hypothesis, and you see it also reflected in our source to send strategy. If you look, 80% fossil, 15% renewables, how do you deal with it? You deal with it with green chemistry. You do less is more. How do you do it? You use waste materials from renewable waste materials, for instance. You try to make molecules which have got more impact. You look at molecules which have got less footprint. And then, on the natural side, I call it 360-degree naturals. It's about careful sourcing, care sourcing. It's equitable. It's traceable. We help to develop habitat. So, in a way, for naturals, it's not anymore about what quality do you buy, but how do you buy? How do you buy and how do you create your essential oils? And for the chemical product, it's not about what chemical products you make, but how do you make it? Which leads, of course, to transparency. It's a little side effect. We use 3.5 ppm, whoever can translate it, of the world oil production to make fragrance ingredients. So it's a drop in the ocean, just a little calculation on the right-hand side. Look, let's look in less is more. Here is an example, menthol. Menthol is a petrochemical ingredient. You've got two options. It can come from nature, it can be renewable, or can be petrochemical. Here's a petrochemical example. We start, and I do apologize, there's now a little bit of chemistry coming, not too much, just relatively light touches. But we start with metacresol on the left hand. Then we convert it into thymol. The thymol is then reacted to a mixture of different menthol isomers, and then we do separate out of it the L-menthol, which you find in around 50% in a typical toothpaste formulation, a typical toothpaste flavor. And any product that we don't use gets isomerized. What is happening, if you look at the efficiency of that process, and I'll come to a couple of examples, we convert more than 98% of the feedstock, which you can't say for many other processes. We save around 80 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of L-menthol versus a naturally produced one. That is largely driven because distillation in a chemical environment is much more efficient than water and steam distillation. So the saving out of this process, this green chemistry process, in the order of 250,000 tons just for Symrise alone. So it has got a very significant impact. And if you think about it, the size of the production that you have, well, probably you need 3 or 4 of these conference halls, and that's where you can make all the menthol that you need, you know, to churn out that. So the footprint is really minimal. The efficiency of petrochemistry is remarkable, and that's why the fragrance industry has advanced so much since the 1950s. But we need to learn to do it even better, and I think over here is a great example. Another example of green chemistry is renewables. But I think it's not only about renewables, I think it's even more important, it's about waste streams. You do not want to compete with food. You want to use waste. Yeah? And here's an example of what is done using the so-called crude sulfur turpentine, which is a side product out of the paper industry. And as I said on the right-hand side, renewable, non-food-based, low footprint. Now you wonder, paper industry, how come that is an attractive area to be in? People write less and less, we've got more and more digital. Coincidentally, digital is a driver, you know, of consumption for cellulose. How? There are 2 elements. Everybody likes to shop online, and guess what the packaging is? Cardboard. Where comes cardboard from? From the forest. So we get in the waste product when you shop at Amazon or wherever. And the other one is, we have got a trend towards renewability also in packaging. And paper is a beautiful, or cardboard is a beautiful renewable packaging. You also see a trend to use more and more cardboard in the packaging industry. Not necessarily only on shelf, but also when it enters into the supermarket, that you try to cut down as much plastic as possible. So the benefit is that digital drives an advantage for renewable waste. And what is then done? Without going into too much chemistry details, out of these crude sulfur turpentine, which is basically a solvent-type mixture, we distill out alpha-pinene. Alpha-pinene is a very valuable feedstock for, well, 140 years almost, and we create over there through 2 different pathways. One's the dihydromercenol, and you know dihydromercenol probably very well. Everybody who touches perfumery, it is the key ingredient in many of our perfumes. I think it might be even the #1 ingredient globally, coming from renewables. And the other pathway around the pinenol leads to linalool, for instance, linalool acetate, but you can also generate other compounds such as citronellol. Yeah? So over here, we have got an option to integrate or to backward integrate our portfolio back into renewables and into renewable waste. There are more examples of renewable ingredients, and this is just a very small but high volume examples. The other option is to do less is more, and more with less. Here, the opportunity is to create, through high impact molecules, character, because if you use less material, it means usually you've got less footprint, both in the production, but as well in the downstream use. So in a way, if you think about some mission statements from some CEOs, they want to increase growth, but want to reduce footprint, yeah? You see it for a number of companies. I don't want to name them over here. How do you do it, you know? You can only do it by creating more impactful solutions, because then you use less. And that is what the opportunity is over here for high impact ingredients. So it is one of the most efficient ways to decouple the rising demand for fragrance from a growth in terms of volume output. Here, an example of a few ingredients through a number of olfactive directions, from the fruity sultanine to the marini ozonic colognes, ambery molecules, a number of high-impact molecules. One of them is ambrosinite. Dinoscone is a key in the floral area. There's damascenone, there's many, many more. And in the woody, sandalwoody, javanol is certainly setting a benchmark. Yeah? And these are ingredients which really have got performance advantages, but challenge also the perfumers how to work with them, how to learn with them, and also how to get consumers to accept them. And the last point over here is, designing in biodegradability. Designing in biodegradability is actually not so difficult. It's a question whether you can make it cost efficiently and whether we can make it cost efficiently. And if you look over here, are a number of different musks which are commonly used by the industry. And the interesting feature is that the macrocyclic musks, the one which are found in nature or which are inspired by natural motifs, are actually biodegradable. More than 60 degrees in 28 days, whereas some of the man-made structures are not readily biodegradable. Why are they still widely used? Well, they have been invented a couple of decades away, and it's been fully amortized the production equipment. So it's a challenge, to come with new chemistry to make it cheaper and better. But there are opportunities probably to look at it, how we as an industry can work, how to shift to more biodegradable fragrances, because the majority of the fragrances we use goes down the drain. The majority, be it a shampoo, be it a detergent, be it a toilet cleaner. Yeah? Fine fragrance, of course, is a part, but where this is accepted. Care sourcing, I would say it's a natural priority. I was very pleased to find on the internet a couple of great examples. One of them is from the recent perfumer and flavorist here from Fun Aroma, very clearly looking at sourcing not only with human benefits, but also with biodiversity benefits. And on the right-hand side, I'm sure Hervé can probably allude to it a bit further, is a project between one of the fragrance houses and a Chinese company, and there the idea was really to bring the sustainable aspect into the communication to the end consumer, and I would call it it's pleasure with purpose. It's really about bringing the pleasure with purpose into the bottle and telling ingredient stories with sustainability stories behind them. Good. So we have reviewed the global fragrance industry, what are the different areas we can act on, a couple of examples what industry is doing. I want to come with a few slides what Symrise is doing, and Achim mentioned that already this morning. We have, since the acquisition of Pinova Renaissance, we are now backward integrated in all three raw material streams, in petrochemicals, CSD, and naturals. What is quite unique, what is really special, the Renaissance acquisition increases the Symrise quota in renewables, because we get access to renewables which we currently buy partly from petrol. And in the future, we will have more renewability in our DNA, in our fragrance raw material portfolio. The other aspect is that green chemistry is in our DNA. We started relatively early recognizing the importance. So green chemistry is about two aspects. It's about footprint, reducing the impact with less resources, and it's about replacing petrol for biofeedstocks, the renewables. In the reducing impact we talked about, it's about catalysis. I didn't go to in much detail over there. It's about these high impact solutions, more with less. For instance, the sultanine example and the biodegradation, key research thrust. On the biofeedstocks, it's about renewability, it's about non-food competition and biochemistry, biotechnology in that area, and I'm sure you will hear a little bit more from Symrise in that area in the near future. Now, coming back to some milestones on the left-hand side, the 12 principles were established by Paul Anastas in 1998, and in 2001, Symrise published the first industry publication on green chemistry, backed out in one of the founding companies, one of the father companies, Tragoco. We introduced, for instance, in 2004, Simroxan. It's an ingredient based on 94% renewables. We had a number of launches of renewable ingredients ever since. Another highlight was the award of the Grubbs Nobel Prize, also in the area of green chemistry and catalysis, which was in 2005. Which was not a Symrise, but it gives you a bit in the bigger environment. We started with 2010, the concept of renewable fragrance creation, developed in 2012 a green chemistry platform, and so forth and so forth. It's in our DNA. 360-degree naturals, care sourcing. You heard already from Achim in the morning what we do in Madagascar. You saw some beautiful captivating movies in the Brazilian Amazon. We really are partnering with Natura. The partnership with Natura is the first step, but clearly Symrise's ambition is to grow the partnership beyond Natura. And our first stepping stones are the cosmetic ingredients mentioned on the right-hand side, but we are also developing new essential oils out of the Amazon, for the globe. Care sourcing, careful sourcing, equitable. And we also developed, because what you can't measure, you cannot improve. You have got continuous improvement processes in production, so we should have the same if it comes to sustainability. And Symrise has developed a scorecard to measure to measure the impact and also define the opportunities. I'm not going to go through all the detail of the scorecard. We are happy to share more further presentation. And also Tony Fan from MAN, he will be presenting a relatively similar concept tomorrow. We have got 10 measures, anything from traceability to ecotox, for instance, at the bottom. It's about biodiversity. So the key aspects that are relevant to the sustainability profile of a fragrance ingredient are scored. It's very simple. 100 is the goal, 100 is the best, And then you can look how far away you're from 100, and you can see what you need to do. Do you want to work on renewability? Do you want to work on ecotox? Do you want to work on E-factors through production improvement? It gives you a clear indication what to do. And not only has it been applied to ingredients, it also has been applied to formulas, and we can cover roughly 90% of a formulation with the scorecard over here. So it's good to see that industry is moving in a way forward how to measure the impact it generates. Moving on from Symrise, moving on from what the industry can do, this is one of my favorite charts because I come from the consumer industry. I'm not a fragrance industry native. I'm a product developer by heart, and the product developer always knows what happens when the product goes down the drain, what happens, And so if you look at the laundry detergent at the top, and we look sort of like what is the impact of a fragrance in a real laundry, If we have done our green chemistry process, if we have sourced carefully and equitable, what does it mean in the end product, And what this chart says over here, fragrance is a minor input driver. Let me go into it, When you lower your washing temperature from 40 degrees to 20 degrees, you halve your footprint, Because the majority, that's the red bit, is the energy consumption that you need, The green bit is the packaging and the raw materials, and you can see the raw materials are pretty much unchanged because at 20 degrees you need more or less the same ingredients like at 40 degrees, but they still are only responsible for a third of the footprint at washing at 20 degrees, And these are all the material, all this, your enzymes, your builders, your phosphates, whatever you've got. Phosphates you don't have anymore in there, And the fragrance is probably at 1% in there. So the footprint from a fragrance in a detergent is negligible. Yet, every precious fragrance drop counts. The second example is a shower. I don't know whether you ever time your showers. I don't, but there's some interesting consumer data available, and I believe consumer data. So apparently the average shower is around 8 hours. Not 8 hours, 8 minutes, sorry. Excuse me. That would be great, 8 hours. No, that's a wellness session, It's 8 minutes, but you're still awake, good. And a standard shower will produce more than 2 kilograms of CO2. With 2 kilograms of CO2, with a modern car, you can drive about 10 miles, So your morning shower, if you only take a morning or afternoon shower, I don't know, and if you have got an average consumption habit, is the same as driving your car for 10 miles, Now, what does a fragrance do in this overall footprint? It's about 1 gram. The fragrance that you consume for your shampoo, your conditioner, and so forth, it's about 1 gram of this more than 2 kilos, So again, fragrance is a minor input. It's a minor footprint driver. But the question is how, and that's really the real challenge, and that's probably where the industry can really make a difference, is how can we change the consumer habit, Could a fragrance make you shower less long? You could argue a relaxing fragrance might make you shower longer, but the question is how can you make it shorter, Good. So what the message is from this chart, and I'm nearly now coming to the conclusion, or I'm at the conclusion, is that we should and have to work on our raw material portfolio. But if you really want to make a difference, and the consumer goods industry, of course, have realized it as well, is to change the consumer habits. But they're also the most difficult to change. Except for digital habits. They change very quickly, but all the rest changes very slowly. Good, so the summary. I hope I could convince you that sustainability is multifaceted. It's not only one dimension, And there are rational elements, how much oil you burn and how much petrol you use, and there are the emotional aspects, how you source, for instance, And you need to know as a company, whether you're a producer or an end user, what is your focus, And then you need to think about what do you want to accept, and you will have to make some trade-off choices. It's difficult to have all. It's very difficult to have all, It's like having a fragrance that is very long-lasting, non-allergenic, low cost, and so forth. It's a bit like that, Then there are a couple of what I call dichotomies, you know. I quite like actually this book, Full Planet Empty Plates, which probably Jason can later help us with cultured ingredients, you know, whether you could make cultured food grown from biotechnology. We have got a couple of dichotomies. Normally, we want long-lasting fragrances, but unfortunately, long-lastingness quite often does conflict with biodegradability, you know. If you look at feedstock, petrol is very efficient, as I said, you know. 3 times this conference room, I can make you 1,000 and 1,000 tons of menthol, you know. You can't do that. From this amount of crop file, and you may probably make 1 to 2 kilograms of essential oil, you know. Yeah? Do we want to develop crop farmland or not? Green chemistry, of course, is very efficient, but on this side, if we do it too much, you know, then we take away the opportunity to help rural communities. How can we help them to improve their livelihoods? So, the conclusions is sustainability is transparency what we do. We need, I believe, a balanced strategy between looking at the impact we create, using green chemistry to improve our processes, source carefully, and I think the next step for us is to look how we can mitigate through fragrances the downstream consumer impact. With that, I wish to close the presentation, and I would like to welcome the panel on stage. Thank you. Hello, Mike. Good to see you. If you could probably take the second, it would be great. Hi, Jason. Good to see you.
Nice,
Hi. Very good to see you. Let me briefly introduce the panel. I think all of you can hopefully see that slide. We have got, not in seating order, well, we have got Hervé from Givaudan. He is the director of naturals in the fragrance division of Givaudan. We have got Jason Kelly, who is the founder and CEO of Ginkgo Bioworks. His key focus is cultured ingredients, and they've got a beautiful booth over here at the WPC. And we have got Mike Popplewell, who's heading up corporate research for IFF. And a warm welcome, and we will be discussing some topics about sustainability. Hopefully we've got a bit of controversy. Hopefully we don't agree each other, you know. Yeah, because otherwise it's, we don't get the best benefit out of it. And I will structure, these are not the questions I will ask exactly, you know, but in this area, like a little bit following the talk agenda. And I would like to open the panel discussion with how do you view sustainability in the wider business environment? Have you got there any views how sustainability is impacting society, politics, and what it does mean for our respective industry?
So you want to start, Jason?
No, please.
No.
So first of all, I'm Mike Popwell, as Torsten said. Really happy to be here today, and really happy that sustainability has such a prominent role at the WPC, so that's fantastic. So I tend to agree with some of the comments that you made during your introduction, that I think sustainability is not a trend. I think sustainability is the new reality. That it's bigger than a trend. You know, you can argue that a trend is something that can come and go or wax and wane. I think sustainability is here to stay, and it really reflects what business, both our business but also wider industry, is going to have to really adapt to in terms of our business models and processes over time. So I think that at IFF, we've adopted that. It's a foundational element of our Vision 2020 strategy, and as such, it really will be embedded in all of our growth platforms. And more than that, I think it's really a great opportunity, speaking now from an R&D perspective, for innovation. And it's innovation not only in some of the areas like catalysis and renewables, et cetera, but I also think that we need to kind of think non-linearly about this, because frankly, I think that borrowing a phrase that was used in the 60s by a very famous physicist, Richard Feynman, who said there's plenty of room at the bottom. I think there's plenty of room in the fragrance industry to basically improve the delivery of fragrance so that we can really bend the curve in terms of some of the statistics that you reviewed. So I think sustainability is really here to stay and will become part and parcel of our business model going forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd add one thing to it. You know, I think we're starting to see a
or have been seeing a trend where, which I put sustainability kind of under this, which is consumers wanting to deeply understand how the things they consume are made, right? And this ranges from the foods they eat to the fragrances they wear to the consumer electronics they buy, right? You're seeing, across the board more and more of an interest in help me understand the processes behind how this thing is made. Sometimes that's for sustainability reasons, sometimes that's for social justice reasons.
Absolutely.
But you have consumers having an increasing awareness that when they take out their wallet, that reverberates through a supply chain that reaches all the way back around the world and can have impacts that maybe they don't agree with and so want to be aware of. And so I think sustainability is part of a trend that I think it extends even beyond just thinking of the environmental impacts and things like that to a much broader range of things that I'd say falls under the banner of consumer awareness of how their products are made.
Yeah, and if I can add to what you said, it's true that it's not only the economic dimension, but more and more the social dimension, more and more the whole dimension, the environmental dimension, this triple bottom line approach. So that's encompassing a broader activity of what we do. It's in everything in what we do, but also in every part of what we do, from the consumer, as you mentioned, to our clients. And we've seen the FMCG companies putting ambitious sustainability pathways. And as fragrance houses, we are the relay into that, because we are relaying between the consumers, the FMCGs, our customers, and the suppliers. And you see, it's something where everybody needs to drive in the same direction. And we can see that now occurring more and more.
I think we can see it over here at the WCB quite a lot, But thank you for the comments, and I fully agree there is an opportunity in deposition, absolutely. But I think I want to pick up on your comment, the FMCG is putting forward demanding goals. The question now, and probably you might want to answer it directly, is are we driving the change or are we being driven by the FMCG?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, look at that. I mean, 10 years ago, we were starting as an industry to be concerned about the sourcing of the naturals. We were talking about that, and we played on that. As Givaudan, 10 years ago, we started to work on ethical sourcing, and the FMCGs were not there yet. So in the way, we drove the agenda there. Yes, it's true that they brought other angles, probably coming from their consumer angle. Yes. We were coming more from our supplier angle, and I think it's how we match together. I think it's back to talking to each other and working together. And we will not complete any ambitious agenda on sustainability like the one you've got in Simrise, the one you've got in IFF, the one we've got in Givaudan, without working together with our suppliers, within the industry, and with our customers. And yes, maybe there are some mismatch at some stages, but it's how we reconnect and how we talk together, how we play together, how we share to build this sustainability agenda, to grow it, and to make it really a success.
I'd add maybe one thing to that. I think,
thank you.
From where we sit, there's something that I think the end CPG companies necessarily can't always pull out, and that's if we see that there's an opportunity in the sort of technologies that we deploy in our companies to say, you may not have realized, but this is now possible, and that I think is an opportunity that we should embrace, because there is, I think, more and more things like that as we get more proficient in green chemistry and things like biotechnology and so on. You can push these things out, but you have to educate on what's like the art of the possible, and that can really only be done by the kind of companies up here, for the most part.
Jason, sorry, I just need to ask you one question regarding the cultured ingredients. Do you believe that cultured food will become in the future a reality? It's a bit of an aside, but it's probably in view of the bigger sustainability umbrella for the planet.
Yeah. So I think what you'll find when it comes to so for our food, crops are extremely efficient at producing sort of consumable calories from inputs. I think moving those, using cultured as a term to describe essentially fermented, like running a brewery type products, I I don't think you'll see it move for like our plant-based products. I think where there's an opportunity, although this is quite a distance out technically, is you're seeing an enormous, again, back to this how things are made. There's just tremendous consumer pressure both from animal welfare and for sustainability reasons around how we make, industrial farming and make meat. I think that you are seeing an opportunity around, say, plant-based replacements that are getting increasingly sophisticated, or at the extreme level, actually fermenting mammalian cells as a way to produce an actual meat product. I think things like that will come because there's just enormous pressure for consumers who are just it's unacceptable what we're doing with animals. Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. Thank you for the perspective. Sorry, I just took the liberty to ask a question because it's probably quite interesting,
Yeah.
It's not only the impact of fragrances, but also on the wider society. We were discussing briefly about the FMCG and whether they are driving us or we are driving ahead of them, and there was a mixed answer from, and I fully agree, with yourself. Mike, do you have got anything to add?
So I'd maybe take a slightly different perspective. I mean, I think that the way the question is framed, it's sort of like fragrance is a small component of most consumer products. That's true, but we all know that fragrance has an outsized impact on product performance, on acceptability, on purchase intent, and finally on products people love. And I think you have to ask yourself the question, why? Why is fragrance that important? And it's because it makes that emotional connection. It really drives that sort of emotional sense of well-being. And so then I think that there's an opportunity here to really reframe fragrance to say, well, what if fragrance could really build on those strengths in the emotional area by adding sustainability credibility? Wouldn't that give the consumer more reason to buy that fragrance and really change the image of fragrance? What if fragrance could really take a bigger role in health and wellness? And again, underpinned by sustainability credibility there. Wouldn't that kind of raise the relevance and the value of fragrance to consumer products companies? I think yes, and I think that's why personally I believe that fragrance can play a much bigger role in sustainability than potentially just doing a calculation based on volume could indicate. I really think we have an opportunity here to really reframe the discussion across fragrance and really drive it into more prominence.
And would you have any tangible examples? I mean, it's a very interesting thought. It's certainly, you think about the sensory side benefit that a fragrance brings, undoubtedly, Would it be on the emotional side? Do you believe you can even change a product formulation based on sensory properties of a product?
So absolutely, a great example. And we're already, there's been a long history at IFF and in other companies as well, really dealing with the emotional benefit of fragrance.
Yes, absolutely.
And really tying that emotional benefit then to some of these sustainability benefits as well, really I think lifts us to a different position. If you integrate that with potentially consumer product companies taking a broader view and really redesigning products so that they can perform their function, but potentially, as I mentioned earlier, really improve the fragrance delivery piece so that you really are using less fragrance per wash or per application, I think you've got a real opportunity there. So I think there are a lot of examples in the emotional space, and I think it's really up to the industry to drive that further in terms of sustainability and tying those together.
We could have a long discussion about probably how the approaches might differ between personal and home care and probably fine fragrances, I mean, probably, I don't know whether you've got an additional or...
I think adding to that, there is the whole hygiene thing as well, and how the importance of hygiene is in all the countries, but especially in some so-called emerging countries, can drive as well and accelerate the sustainability agenda and how we can play a role with the fragrance. Yes, there is the liking and the acceptability, but I think there is the hygiene part as well. And maybe there is a lot of work, and I think our flavor colleagues have been doing that in a way, encompassing the health and wellness appreciation. But let's think about hygiene, how a fragrance could signal to a consumer that they need to wash their hands, they need to clean their toilet, things like that. So there is a lot that can be done, and we can play a role in and be ahead of the game again.
So, sorry.
I wanted to add just one thing to Mike's comment about conveying sustainability via the fragrance. In addition to the emotional impact, that there's this added bonus that, I interpret this as being a sustainable element, so I have even more goodwill towards that product. So I'll tell a fun story. So one of the things we're trying to do it if you come visit the booth is explain what biotechnology can do today, but also kind of project out 5 or 10 years what could maybe happen in the future. So one of the stories sort of applies to this, Mike. We've gone out and looked and found essentially near extinct flowers. So there's a flower that went extinct in 1850. It used to grow on an island out off the coast of California. There's still samples were collected of this before it went extinct. They're preserved in museums. You can sample those flowers. You can sequence the DNA, okay? So you can get the genetic code from that flower. You can look at it to find the genes that encode the fragrance compounds. And then you can actually synthesize those genes, move them into a yeast, and then in that kind of brewing process, like resurrect that scent, right? And this is, I bring this up because it's creativity via sustainability, right? It's a new story. It's very much a sustainability story. What impacts people the most when they think about, one of the most impactful things for people in thinking about kind of environmental protection is species going extinct, right? And so here's a real opportunity to say, what about all the fragrances we're going to lose with climate change, right? Like what's going to happen as we see more and more things go extinct? Let's resurrect something and have that be able to tell a story around that sustainability element. And this is back to this concept of new technologies, new stories that can be offered, and creating that sustainability story as part of the actual ingredient itself. So just to throw a fun example in there.
Yeah, Jason, it's a beautiful example how sustainability drives up new innovation opportunities. Yeah. One of them, probably not the biggest game changer, but from a curiosity point of view, is exactly the one you mentioned. The question is, what are the big levers? Where should we act? Some of them we started discussing, but where do you believe where we need to act? What is our collective responsibility? What is the lever we should be pushing? I presented some, and you might have different views about it.
So one area, just to kind of build on some of the comments you made during the presentation, I think there's an opportunity to really look at sustainability less as a linear process and more as a system. And whether it's a biological system or a man-made system, the nature of systems is that all the elements have to work or the system doesn't work. And that's really the thinking behind what we're trying to do within IFF to really go towards more of the circular economy thinking. So as opposed to going kind of make, take, dispose, you really go to a regenerative system and you design that system from the beginning. Because it's often difficult to redesign the system, at the end, you really have to design that system from the beginning. And so I think the argument would be, if we wanted to really look at this in a holistic way, would really be moved towards more of a system that looks like a cycle, as opposed to the linear system that I think we're used to within fragrances, but not just within fragrances. I think within all consumer products, where you're really looking at this kind of linear system that possibly or probably is unsustainable in the big picture over time.
And I would say, if you look at naturals, and you've talked a lot about the more the synthetic part and how using renewable resources, green chemistry, etc., can change the equation. Naturals as well is something that needs to be taken carefully. And I like your point about circular. And for me, I'm always talking about when we work on ethical sourcing of naturals, then we create, in fact, a virtuous circle, So you protect a crop at the origin, you work with the local community, you support them socially, and then you use more of this material, you bring extra revenue, and then you engage as well, sometimes brand with you. So you really create, and you can create this virtuous circle, and having, as you said, a system in place where all parties are gaining from it. And that's why as well, with Givaudan, in our new approach for 2020, we talk about responsible growth and shared success. It's about that, how we can grow responsibly in everything we do. And we should look as well, not only about the raw materials, but how we design fragrance, how we apply them, as you said, Thorsten, how we produce them, we deliver them, to look at the whole thing. And as well, how we share that benefits with our customers and the consumers as well.
I would like to challenge you a little bit. What is a circular economy in fragrances? You produce a fragrance and then it's gone, There is not a recycling element for the fragrance after it has been post-consumption. So how can it be circular?
So in my view, there are different elements to this. I mean, I think one that we've referenced is sort of the naturals piece. I think the other, but the circular economy, I think, can work within the system as opposed to as well as in the broader system. So can you have, you mentioned it, catalysis. Catalysis is a circular system within the system. You know, that's a great example of how you can have the circular economy working within. I would argue in other areas, in biorenewables, there is sort of a circular system that can operate there as well. So I think we really have to, really apply that thinking, that circular economy thinking, to allow us then to really discover new ways to do that as well. That might be bigger. You're right. I mean, I'm not necessarily suggesting capturing lost fragrance from wastewater, although you could contemplate that maybe that's an option down the road. But I think that the circular economy can operate in different ways within the broader kind of fragrance economy.
And I take, for instance, so I think I love this concept of the sort of cycle, particularly as you compare it to what we've historically done, which is sort of extract, refine, and dispose, right? And I think the thing that's always been inspirational for me is sort of ecosystems, right? Like, the original kind of, biology operates this way. It's why it's stuck around for 3 billion years without tearing the place apart, is that, it builds something, that thing dies, melts away in a way that's sustainable with the rest of the system, and a new thing grows, right? It's this concept, instead of manufacturing things, we ought to grow things, right? And that's something that, it doesn't stop in this industry. I think it's something, we ought to be doing it for our consumer electronics. We ought to be doing it for everything, right? It's a big part of the long view, I believe, for sort of biotechnology generally, is exactly that. It's to create this, instead of making things, growing them. And so the output, the way it's cyclical, Torsten, is as long as the outputs aren't something that don't go away, right? So as long as the things we're putting out can degrade back into the larger system in a way that plays well, that's fine, right? And so that's the trick, and that's where I think naturals can play a big role, because we already know that those play well with everything else. Yep. And so I think the more natural ingredients in our products is a great thing to support this cycle, because they play well with the rest of the environment.
And let's be more efficient at each step of the process where we are processing the naturals. I think it's key as well. And there's a lot of work to be done in that area, looking at naturals and each step. How can we leverage more out of it? How we can increase the yields, how we can, and we can gain a lot of this, and then as well make a more sustainable approach.
I would conclude over here efficiency and circular economy inspiration. We're probably not full circle like a bottle you can recycle, but we can get inspired in terms of mitigating downstream impact. I'm not going to cover how to measure, because we've got tomorrow a full panel discussion on it. We started discussing a little bit about what more could we do. In one way, each of our companies, and I don't know about Ginkgo Bioworks, but I'm sure you as well, has got a sustainability strategy with a clear vision 2020, with clearly committed targets. What else can we do? And where would you see big opportunities?
So one thing, and it's a bit covered in one of your questions, is I would put the challenge out there: do we communicate enough? Right, both to our customers, but also to the broader consumer body. Because I think realistically that we can do fantastic work, which has to be, in my view, very, very authentic. It can't be something where we're seen as greenwashing the industry or anything like that. But we can do fantastic work, but we have to communicate that work. We have to communicate it both to our customers, but to the broader consumer body. But in addition to that, I think there's an opportunity to think about how to use sort of trust partners or trust proxies to get the message out about the industry as well. We've partnered with Cradle to Cradle to do the first Cradle to Cradle certified fragrance. That's an example of how to use a trust partner to really take the message forward to beyond the industry, but also out into the consumer world. So one thing I would think that beyond circular economy, beyond green chemistry, beyond the great thinking, is we have to really have a communication strategy. Because if we don't communicate it, it's almost like it's not happening.
I would like to hear some further views on the communication strategy. I like that piece.
Yeah, and I wanted to comment on the communication strategy. I think we should be careful on that. And I'm always saying, if you want to communicate properly on sustainability, you need to follow the 3 T's. Transparency, so be clear on what you say, walk the talk.
That's right.
Truth, don't lie to the consumers. You know, with the internet, with the digital world, you can't do that any longer. And then by doing that, you build trust with your customers and with the consumers. And if you tick these 3 T's, then you've got an efficient ways of not only walking the talk on sustainability, which is important, but also talking about it.
Yes, and I think communication is a tremendous opportunity. We do it, of course, all from our individual company perspectives, and I fully understand why, but maybe sometimes our voice gets also diluted. We can have a long discussion about it but probably we don't touch it over here. Probably a final aspect, and then I would open it to the wider audience, a panel discussion is, you mentioned, and I like that, you know, and I also mentioned, like, how can we change consumer behavior? That's probably the other big impact area, and I would like to hear whether there are any additional thoughts, probably even linking the communication and the consumer behavior piece, if there's any spontaneous thinking or reaction to it.
But don't you think, Thorsten, that that's the consumers who are making us changing? Yeah. You know, look at some industries, how they have been revolutionized by the consumers. Look at the taxi industry with Uber.
Yes, digital, yes.
You know, so let's face it as well. I think let's be connected with the consumer, and we are all connected with the consumer, but maybe not in that way. That we need to see how they're gonna change our industry, and how we need to listen what they have to say already. So yes, we can change them, but maybe, you know, the younger generation, these digital natives, as you said, they will change the game as well, and they have a strong view on sustainability.
Yeah, but that would be exactly and I haven't cracked it, and the idea came completely spontaneously, but how do we reach them and how do we communicate with them in an engaging way to develop better consumption, basically, you know? I mean, that's what our challenge in a way is, you know?
It still feels to me ultimately like it's through the products themselves, right? You know, at the end of the day, I think there's real opportunities for creativity in products that speak that directly to people. You know, ultimately that's how they're experiencing us for the most part. You know, otherwise we're sort of a company talking somewhere, and that isn't really what most people want to hear. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, for the most part, we have to come up with creative ways to embed it in the story of the ingredients and of the product itself. That's my opinion on it. Yeah, it's tough to come out as a company and you know.
I tend to agree. I think the products are a tremendous vehicle. It's a lot like automobiles, where you publish the MPG rating and people react to the MPG rating, or for other products where you could say the same things. I think the part of this will go back to the communication clarity. If there are a variety of systems to communicate it, that people then ultimately throw their hands up and say don't trust the systems, I think there's the potential for that not to go as quickly or as well as we would like it to go. So I think part of this is about communication and establishing the right level of trust and potentially the trust partners or trust proxies that can kind of put a third-party validation or verification in some products. But I think the products are going to speak very loudly in this area.
Good. Thank you. So in summary, I think we can say that the industry is probably at the forefront of thinking. We are also in the forefront of acting. There's, of course, still more to do. I think our sourcing strategies, which most of the company have established, are probably certainly very remarkable examples, and the industry can be proud of it. However, there's a lot more to do, and the 2 areas are communication and effective communication towards the customer. And with those words, I would like to open the discussion to the audience, please. It's very difficult to see whether there are questions because
in the middle there.
There's a lady in the back. Yes.
My name is Martina Bianchini. I'm the new IFRA incoming president, and I thank you very much for a highly inspirational debate on sustainability. And just adding on the question, what more could we do? And picking up on what was said in the beginning, that sustainability is the new reality. It is here to stay. And the regulators are talking about sustainability, governments are talking about sustainability, stakeholders are talking about it. And yet today there are more than 100 definitions of sustainability and none universally accepted, other than the definition of sustainable development, which we all know, it from Gro Harlem Brundtland, 1987, which means sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present generations without the future generations to compromise them to meet their needs. So what I experience with regulators is they say, yes, you're a leading company, IFF a leading company, Givaudan a leading company, Symrise, but what are you doing as a sector? You know, what are you doing as an industry? What do you stand for, and how do you define sustainability for your industry? And in my view, we need to start thinking about that and perhaps looking at whether it's time now to develop a framework for sustainability that we can use in our dialogue with the regulators and the governments and the stakeholders, because that way we don't only talk about it and communicate about it inside out, but also outside in, and then it becomes a true dialogue.
Yeah, thank you for that remark. And as you know, I mean, there is an IFRA group on sustainability which wants to set forward a sustainability charter to bundle the communication. I fully agree. You know, we as an industry are probably together more powerful. It's like everybody uses the same miles per gallon measure. Everybody uses the same power output rating. I think there's an opportunity for the industry to define certain common measures. The other opportunity I see is all the different labels which make it really confusing for the consumers. We've got around more than 400 sustainability labels, and if the fragrance industry doesn't take care, we will also end up with 400 different labels, probably not quite as many, you know. So there's a big opportunity, I fully agree. And then we can play in the execution to differentiate them between the companies. That would be my view, you know.
First of all, I think you've put your finger on a very strategic shift in the industry. I think it was that the industry was really driven by regulation, and I think now the industry is being driven more and more by the consumer perception of the potential of the products. And I think how we deal with that as an industry will be very telling about how quickly we move. Because I think that if we can't agree on a framework, we potentially can set ourselves up to move more rapidly in some of these discussions. Again, if it's a very fragmented company by company type discussion, I think that will lead to confusion both in the consumer and consumers, but also with regulators as well. So I think it's a strategic shift in the industry where consumers are really leading the pack in that sense.
And I think it will happen anyway because we are all suppliers to each other, customers from each other, and we are serving the same clients. So the alignment will come from that as well, and I'm kind of positive, and we see some initiatives indeed with IFRA, we see some initiatives in Europe with NRSC. You know, there are some groups starting to put things together at an industry level from suppliers to fragrance house to customers already.
Very good. Thank you. Are there further questions? Oh, we had one on. Alain.
Thank you very much. My name is Alain Frix from Symrise. I have two questions, but short ones. The first is about the consumer perception, which is a key driver. And talking to you, Jason, we are talking about biotechnologies, and I'm a big fan of what you do. But what is the consumer perception of sustainability and renewability driven by the biotechnology versus the genetic modified organism? Yeah. I think this is a very important perception that can shape a little bit in a different direction some of our projects. The other question is about, maybe I shouldn't say it, but about insects. We are talking about nature. Nature is getting exhausted, not only for the essential oils, even more for the food crops. One of the response of the United Nations to starvation of people is to, let's say, the insect could be one of the solutions to avoid people to die from hunger. One of the byproducts from these insects could be used by our industry. And we need to be, I know it looks not maybe that demanding, that attractive to think about making fragrances from insects, but from the byproducts from the insect. So one part of the insect would go to the food industry, another part would be like so many waste products which are feeding our industry. That is the second question. What do you think about this, gentlemen? Thank you.
Sure. I'll comment on the first one and toss you the insect question.
Thank you.
Well, the GMO question's easier. Yeah, it's a great question to ask. So I'll answer it in two ways. One about sort of generally how we should communicate around GMOs, and then the second about the potential of the technology. So actually, I had an editorial in the New York Times 2 weeks ago on this topic about basically arguing that I support that we should label GMOs, for example, this is related to foods in this case, even though the products are safe, right? And the reason for that is at the end of the day, the consumer wants to understand how their products are made. And that's a totally fair concern, right? And we as an industry in biotechnology, we need to be demonstrating to the consumer the potential so that, made using genetic engineering isn't a bad word, it's a great thing, right? And this isn't the first time this happened. If you rewind the clock, this was sort of the strategy of made in Japan, post World War II, right? So I think that's the onus on us, on the biotechnology industry to show that to consumers. So to give you an example of again, I'll keep playing my role of trying to project us out 5 to 10 years and see how this technology could open new spaces in our industry. So today, we have this process of essentially producing fragrances and spraying them on. Many of you are probably familiar. There's a microbial community that lives on your skin. It lives under your arms. It lives in your mouth, right? This is a leading cause, or the cause of malodor, right? And our current approach is to apply a deodorant and essentially kill off our microbes every morning, and they grow back, and we do it again, right? An alternative approach would be to play well with that microbial community, even apply biotechnology to have those microbes actually produce fragrances in situ, on site, right? And biotechnology has this amazing power of being able to do things all around us, right? And so, again, we have sort of two concept ideas on this. One is living perfumes, so like a probiotic that would even be able to produce, for example, volatile top notes that come off quickly but produce them all day long, right? So even maybe be able to do things that a traditional fragrance would have a hard time doing. And then also a concept of like living air fresheners, right? So instead of a plug-in, maybe you have an engineered plant that's emitting a super high level of a fragrance in your home that serves as a more natural air freshener. And then it basically replaces the entire supply chain for this with a living product that produces on site. So to a consumer, that's a big change in how things are made. That's really exciting, and it can speak to them directly. We need stories like that. If everything we're doing is sort of behind the scenes, then people are just going to be distrustful of it. If we don't talk about that we're doing it, people are going to be distrustful of it. And so that a long-winded answer, but that's sort of to give you a sense of some of the things we need to do to address that. But it's really on us as an industry, in the biotechnology industry, to address that. Insects.
Oula. Although I'm specialized in natural, I'm in vegetal. Then
I think Jason compliments how you answered the first question. That was great. And exactly about exactly giving the right examples. Coming to Alain's comment, absolutely. I mean, insects will come, whether there will be a source of fragrance ingredient products to be seen. But the fragrance industry is historically known to recycle waste. We are basically waste stream users, not only because we have talked about gum turpentine, but why do we have got orange oil, so much orange oil in the industry? Because it's a waste product from the orange juice, otherwise we wouldn't have it, And the same is true for many of the commodities that we consider commodities. They're actually also rooted in petrochemical side streams. So we are good waste converters, and it's again like linked to the first question around GMO. It's a question, how do we communicate about it, Mm-hmm. Are there further questions? Nobody dares to top insect to fragrance. Good. If that is the case, then I would like to thank you all for sharing your time with us. I hope you found this session inspirational. You took some messages back home, and thank you.
What's that? Me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Torsten, Hervé, Jason, and Mike. We will all see you in 5 minutes. I'm sorry, everyone. A correction. It's 5 o'clock, not 5 minutes. Huge difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please silence all electronic devices. Please welcome Jeb Gleason-Alured, Editor-in-Chief of Perfumer and Flavorist and GCI magazines, and Program Director for the 2016 WPC Conference Program.
Welcome back